Welcome. Ready? Ready, Mr. Vasquez?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You're good now. Oh, there's somebody on who is it? Dr.
Hear me
Guerrero.
now?
All right. So again, mic check. We good? Thank you. All right, folks, welcome everybody here physically and those watching online. We are calling this meeting to order. The time is 6:02. First item on our agenda, Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Guerrero, would you please introduce our students?
Yes, hi. Good evening, Board President Mr. Lopez, members of the board, and to all who are in attendance. Unfortunately, Principal Israel Almendaris wasn't feeling well. It is not able to be here, but I am pleased to have the honor to introduce someone who I understand is one of San Joaquin Valley High School's most outstanding students, who will be leading us in this evening's flag salute. This student not only excels with her academics, but she embodies what it means to be a great overall student. This past quarter, she earned a 3.2 GPA and is on track to be an early graduate. In addition, this spring, she plans on being dually enrolled at Ridley College with, what's my favorite part, the ultimate goal of becoming a teacher. So without further delay, yes, I would like to call up Shanice Rangel, who is here to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if we can stand, please.
Good evening. It is my honor to lead tonight's Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, would you please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? Attention, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Thank you.
The interpreter can't hear anything.
Once again, thank you, Ms. Shanice Rangel, for the Pledge of Allegiance. Moving on to item A3, attendance. Ms. Marukin.
Student Board Member Velasco,
Present.
Trustee Vasquez,
Present.
Clerk Tienda,
Present.
Board Vice President Molina,
Present.
Board President Lopez.
Present.
Let the record show that 4 of the 4 trustees are present.
Thank you very much. Moving on to approval of agenda. Is there a motion for approval? Moved by Mr. Molina, Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Tienda. Is there any public comment on item B, approval of the agenda? All righty. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries, voice vote. Moving on to item C, presentations, reports. Up first, we have item C1, recognition, career technical education facilities program, CTEFP grant. We have Mr. Iniguez, Mr. Lafado, and we have Mr. Rodriguez.
Good evening, board members, administration, Superintendent Guerrero. I am very happy to officially announce that Parlor Unified School District was recently awarded a $1.6 million facility grant for the future construction of a medical pathway facility at Parlor High School. The process started last November when Valley ROP Superintendent Fabrizio Lofaro approached our district with the proposal to apply for this grant, this competitive grant. We only had about a month to complete the entire application, but Fabrizio, Renee, and I met briefly last November, and with the assistance of Darden Architects and both Valley ROP medical pathway teachers who are present today, Ms. Acevedo and Mrs. Gallagher, we quickly put together that grant application. Fabrizio and I met at Valley ROP on 3 separate Friday evenings in his office after work hours to complete this grant. We spent time on our weekends to get things done and completed in a timely manner. In March, despite of COVID-19, we were happy to receive a passing score on our application from the state. We continued to submit documentation, and on July 1st, we received an additional request from the Office of Public School Construction to submit additional documents. The many people who assisted with this grant had one thing in common. First, and I say this humbly, we're all overachievers. We get things done and we have a positive mindset about the entire process. Deep inside, we knew we would receive the grant. We had no doubt that we would get this grant. It was just a matter of when we would get it. I believe firmly in the law of attraction, and when you put things out there, eventually things come back at you. And we all have similar mentality when it comes to that. Parlor Unified School District deserves this and more, and we are happy to be part of the team who made this happen. Board members, you're also part of this team because you approved this back in November. This grant means a lot to us, but it will mean more to the generations of Parlor High School students and future adult students who take advantage of the various high quality career technical education opportunities offered through Valley ROP. This facility will open many doors and help us increase equity and access for our deserving students and hardworking parents. Finally, a big thanks to our school board for supporting this grant last year, to Dr. Guerrero, to Valley ROP Superintendent Fabrizio Lofaro, Mr. Antonio Aguilar, Ms. Andrea Frenti, Ms. Acevedo, Mrs. Gallagher, Dr. Alvarado, Parlor High School, Mr. Martinez, Parlor High School, Mr. Lamar Lopez at Parlor High School, the Golden Living Center, United Health Centers, Center for Educational Partnerships with UC Merced, and to the State Center Community College District for their continued support. Thank you very much, and I'm gonna hand it over to Ms. Acevedo and Mrs. Gallagher, and then the rest to say a few more words. This is huge, it's a huge deal, $1.6 million. So.
Good evening. My name is Ms. Acevedo. I am the Medical Pathway Instructor for Parlor High School. And I just want to quickly say thank you very much for Fabrizio for allowing me for the last 6 years to be part of Parlor High School, and for the board member for always supporting us and financially and approving anything that we've always asked for. Mr. Iniguez, for being the best CTE coordinator we could have, everything that you do for us. Mrs. Gallagher, when she joined our pathway, we were able to grow and expand for our students, and I'm getting emotional. But the opportunities that we offer to them, I think that they appreciate it a lot. And then most importantly, I want to thank my students, my past and my current students, because without them, we wouldn't have a pathway. Thank you very much.
It's not really that long, it's just really big, so I can see it and not have to wear my glasses. So good evening, everyone. My name is Nicole Gallagher. I'm one of the medical instructors at Parlier High School and Parlier Middle School. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who helped make this dream a reality, not only for us, but for our students in the community of Parlier. The opportunities available to our students now will only improve and allow us to provide greater opportunities in the future. I would like to say a special thank you to Mr. Iniguez and Mr. Lafaro and Renee for writing this grant, believing in Ms. Acevedo and myself and allowing us to be a part of their team. I would like to say a very special thank you to Cynthia. Sorry, I'm getting emotional too. Okay, for making me feel welcome when I started here, making the two of us a team by allowing me to be myself, accepting me for who I am and being the best partner, coworker, friend, and confidant anyone could ever have. I could not do all of that without all of them. So it takes a real team to make what happened here happen. So thank you very much.
I'll just say a few things, but even before, I know we met in the science room. I believe both of you were there. And so just the way it starts, this is a couple of years back, so it's not something that happens overnight. When you're dealing with these types of projects, it's the planning, the ideas, the belief that something can happen, and getting a great group of people together to push forward on this. So it's been a time in the making. And like I said, getting our staff involved, seeing their vision, and now it becoming a reality is just great to be a part of it. So again, I thank our partnerships that we have. Mr. Fabrizio, that was one thing when we first initially started and said, hey, we qualify for this, but who's done this? Why do we have to reinvent the wheel? Let's see. And he's like, oh, I've done this. We reached out to our architects, Darden Architects, and said, you have a plan because this has to happen really quick. Yeah, we can help you with that too. So just being able to network, that's very key in making sure that we get the resources for our kids and our staff and our community, because they deserve it. And there's going to be plenty of more opportunities out there. We need to make sure that we get in line, and eventually, whether it's next month, whether it's a year, whether it's 5 years or 10 years down the road, we have to be able to get in line and get what we deserve for our kids and our community and our staff. So again, thank you all, and I appreciate it. Thank the board, everybody, our community. This is a big win. It's just a beginning. We'll start this one. We'll get the plans going, and then we'll start, looking forward to the next opportunity, because there's plenty out there. We just got to go out there and look for it, because they're not going to drop on our doorstep by themselves. So thank you.
President of the board, Dr. Gutierrez, members of the board, good evening. It's all about the students, and that's what we do this, and appreciate really the support that the board had back in November when we first started this, and the push from the board to do this, but really is, it's gonna be nice to see in the next couple of years this coming together. And, Ms. Acevedo was a student of Valley Repeat about 12 years ago. So making more of our students then come back and teach or be part of the community, that's really the goal of the whole thing. So again, thank you very much. And Renee and Rafael and everybody at the school district, the school, the high school, really it's a teamwork, and I can't emphasize it more. I can't do what Renee does, and Renee did a great job doing all the technical part, and Rafael putting all the team together. So again, I'm really happy for the district, for the community of Parlier, and again, thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, so at this time we have some recognition certificates to give out to our folks here with us tonight. So bear with us for a few moments, please.
Our grant writers, and I think Rafael is going to start a whole album of these pretty soon. Fabricio, thank you so much. Renee, and if we can kind of come up here.
All right. Thank you for everyone involved with that last presentation. Moving on to item C2, we have a recognition for the Middle School Foundations Academies Planning Grant. We have Iniguez, Lafaro, Hyatt, Alvarado, and Gonzalez. It kind of sounds like a law firm. So whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, good evening, board members. Again, Dr. Guerrero, administration. Again, thank you for recognizing the second grant for tonight's board meeting. In early October, Valley ROP Director Micah Hyatt approached the Parley Junior High School administration team and I with the idea to apply for the Competitive Middle School Foundation Planning Grant. The grant was due in late October, so we had only a few weeks and to move quickly with this. And we knew that only 10 middle schools in the entire state received this award. We found out recently that $25,000 will be set aside for planning purposes during this first year. And an additional $50,000 will be awarded to our district the following year for a total grant amount of $75,000. We believe firmly that the grant will allow us to expand CTE opportunities at the middle school and elementary level. CTE is now the 5th core class, and it's here to stay. It's an early intervention course or courses for all students, first generation students, EL students, migrant students, special ed students, foster care homeless. But most importantly, this grant will allow us to service the community of Parlier, regardless of any labels. So again, thank you again, $75,000. And now I'm gonna have Micah Hyatt from VROP say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iniguez, and thank you, board, for having me here. I'm privileged to be here, and really, I'm undeserving of any credit. The credit should go to the school administration and Mr. Iniguez. I wanted to just say he's an incredible partner to work with, and we really value the partnership here with Parlier Unified School District. And we were just talking outside. Julissa Alvarado, the principal at Parlier Junior High School, and Andreas Gonzalez. We were just talking about, the focuses for opportunities for students, and that's what we want to continue to find the support from other places and bring it here to the community of Parlier. And I think there'll be a lot of unique opportunities to use these dollars to help 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students explore career opportunities. And we definitely like to promote the programs that we have at the high school and work those into the middle school so they can already start to get interested in what classes and what pathways, and then what kind of a job they might want to pursue in their life. And we like to look at the job demand in the workforce and all of the pathways at the high school. And what we hope to do now at the middle school are promoting for those students to make something of themselves in their educational journey and in the skills that they learned, and then come back and contribute as a citizen in the community of Parlier. So that's what we hope to do, and we're excited about this. So thanks again for the time and the opportunity. I don't know if the administration want to say anything, but thanks again.
So again, as Micah mentioned, first of all, thank you to Valley ROP for selecting the junior high and working with us and coming in and meeting with Mr. Gonzalez and myself and getting some ideas of, they already had kind of the legwork going and what we needed to add to it. And obviously, Mr. Iniguez, thank you so much for your support and helping us get this grant for the junior high. But also, thank you to Mrs. Rodriguez at Benavides, because we will be partnering up with their 5th and 6th grade teachers to start teaching some of this curriculum to the students there. So once they get to the junior high, they're familiar with the curriculum that's going to be available for them and start to learn about those pathways. So we definitely want to get these students at a very young age to understand the different pathways and the opportunities that they will have at the high school. And then we will implement the different areas that they can explore for career choices in their 7th grade as well. So thank you very much to the board also for your support.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm glad to be a small part of this process. I really, truly think this is going to be something great for the students and community, and hopefully open up some eyes and career opportunities for our students and for our families. And I'm just glad to be a small part of this. And it was a team effort, and I think it's going to open some doors and some career opportunities. Thank you very much.
So again, at this time, we'll be giving some recognition certificates to our folks for that grant. So please bear with us as those are distributed. Moving on, we have item C3. We have recognition for the 2021 Agriculture Incentive Grant. We have Ms. Blodgett. It's a night of recognitions. And after that, we will have C4, recognition of the 2020 Innovation Grant Award.
That way you can see people. Hi there, and happy Tuesday, first and foremost. I just wanted to thank you guys first and foremost, as well as my ag team, including Mrs. Bennett, as well as Mr. Stannard, Cynthia Rangel, Dr. Alvarado, Mr. Martinez, as well as Mr. Lopez, because without that team and that support from each and every one of them, as well as you guys, this would not have been made possible. This application was put in June and submitted, and then we had to follow up with meeting all these different criteria. Then we just heard back recently with the amount that we were actually awarded. And with that, we actually received more money this year than we have in the past, which is really a blessing. So I'm hoping to utilize these funds, and not just for myself, but the entire ag program, to only better our students in the Parlier Unified School District. Thank you guys so much.
We're going to take a picture. Thank you so much for the work. You guys, just a little token of our appreciation.
Thank you so much.
And then I think we can go over here. And this is muted, right? Yeah.
Next, we have item C4, recognition 2020 Innovation Grant Award. So give us a few minutes to get the next speaker in.
Hi, good evening, board members, Dr. Guerrero, audience, and people watching from home. My name is Jacqueline Martinez, and I am the 7th grade counselor at Parlier Junior High School. I am happy to be here with you this evening, and I'm super excited to have been awarded the 2020 Innovation Grant funded through FCSS. I'm nervous. First of all, I wanted to thank my site administration, Ms. Julissa Alvarado and Mr. Andres Gonzalez, for being extremely supportive of my ideas. Also thank FCSS for their generosity, which was able to fund the grant this year. Okay. Through this grant, I will be able to create mindfulness kits that will be distributed to 45 students at a time. We will be running mindfulness sessions. And the purpose of this grant was to be able to provide more than the academic support and provide social emotional support for students, both in person and through distance learning. Once again, thank you for your time and all of your support.
We're gonna take a picture. Breathe. Mindfulness matters.
I get so nervous and I will just be talking all the time.
Thank you and congratulations again. Proof of everything that is possible. So congratulations to all those that were recognized today. And again, our students are the ones that are benefiting for all these grants. So thank you all. Moving on to item C5, Student Board Members Report. Ms. Velasco.
Good evening, everyone. In the past few weeks, we had quite a bit of going on with high school events and schedule changes and FFA. So our high school event was Palooza, and it turned out very nicely. In fact, it had been the first event the freshman class has ever won first place in the last 4 years. So it was exciting to see how a great accomplishment for our freshman class. The high school change has been challenging to adjust to, but most students are just trying to make an effort and the best out of the situation. SFA has adjusted as well they could this year from virtual learning and COVID guidelines. I was informed that FFA had selected 7 officers since September and have been meeting virtually every week to organize and plan meetings as well as activities. As mentioned last time, we did have students placed. Now FFA is preparing new students for Green Hand degree. So overall, many things have been happening or been planned to happen. During this time, most of our students from all grade levels miss student festivities, so it's nice to give back as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your report. Moving on to item C6, SIM PBK COVID-19 Readiness Final Assessment Report. We have Mr. Rodriguez.
I will introduce one of our partners, and he'll be giving a full report, but I'd just like to take this opportunity on behalf of Parra Unified School District to thank them for coming in short notice and the amount of time that they spent with us to do a thorough investigation and look into our schools to help us get ready for when our students came back, some of them as of today and more to come in the future. And so we just want to thank them for putting this together. I was delivered as far as a report for every single school site. Some of it will be discussed in the presentation today briefly, but I have a thorough report of that I'll be sharing with the superintendent, the board, as well as each site so that they can see what their assessment is at this point in time. Again, these are recommendations. We will do everything. We've done a lot already, but this just kind of helps us see if there's any gaps that we need to meet, or if we think as a district need to take in order to keep our staff, our students, and our community safe. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Rafael. And I know the person that was out here doing a lot of the assessment was Wyatt. So thank you all for coming out here to partner and helping us out with this reopening.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Renee. Thank you, Superintendent Dr. Guerrero, Board President Mr. Lopez, and board members. Good evening. My name is Rafael Ferreira. I'm from SIM PBK Architects. And as Renee mentioned, we delivered 2 4-inch binders with our assessment of all the schools that Parlier Unified School District has. And we can then kind of move forward here with our short slide presentation, where we're going to talk a little bit about everything that we've done so far and what we see here in the near future. So if we can move to the next slide, thank you very much. So this is our quick agenda here. We introduced ourselves already, and then we have our site assessment status for all campuses, and then HVAC plumbing assessment status on where we are on the HVAC and plumbing. And also we have a portion which is for graphics that we have worked with a graphics company called Crisp Imaging, and you'll have this as well on the report. So if you can move on to the next slide. So as the board members and general public know, we have been for the past 4 weeks kind of visiting the site extensively and inspecting every classroom for each individual school. We have also included a site analysis where we developed a site plan to show where we are suggesting to have hand sanitizing stations, wash stations, graphics. So pretty much at the main entrance, you have your checkpoints for temperature check and brief interview of any exposure. And then as they go into the site, then each wing and each area would have its own signage, specific signage for that area, giving general recommendations and so forth. So that for each site, we have the site analysis as well. At Burletic, we had site analysis. We inspected about 25 classrooms, 1 special ed, the MPR, and we had also visual inspection of the administration and what has been implemented so far. Here, so we did that for Burletic, Cesar Chavez Elementary School as well. We did inspect 25 classrooms of preschool, the MPR, site analysis as well, and the administration. Here on the side, you have an example of what the assessment that we did. On the preschool classroom, you have the desks, the layout of the desks, the starting desk, and then the general layout. Again, I want to reiterate that these are recommendations based on CDC guidelines, and they're subject to revisions based on the school needs. So maybe if as we move forward with the review of this report that was delivered today, the district or the school in particular may ask, oh, can we fit a few more to kind of help us to serve the kids a little bit better? We can obviously rearrange things slightly here and there, and depending on how the district views that particular classroom, we can make adjustments to these layouts. So if we can move to the next slide. This one was the Martinez Elementary School. We have an example here of a classroom at Martinez, classroom 5, where we did, again, site analysis, 21 classrooms, the MPR and administration. And then Benavides Elementary School, we inspected 23 classrooms, the MPR did also our site analysis. All this material is part of this binder, this 4-inch binder that we delivered 2 copies to Mr. Renee earlier today. In addition to that, we'll provide a jump drive that you guys can print and distribute any of a portion of to any different school electronically. So on the next slide, then we get into the junior high We did look at the site, obviously, 28 classrooms, the NPR computer lab. Here, as an example, we have the Parlier Junior High computer lab, where we show the desks were 6 feet wide, 6 feet wide. So, but we have like one student, and the dimensions that were provided were for where the chairs are going to be located, the number of computers that we're using, that you have in stock. So the inventory part is also important. That way the district can understand what can stay in the classroom, what needs to be stored at a different location, at a trailer of some sort, or any other rooms that you guys have available to store the surplus desks, chairs, and other components. So then moving forward, we did the Parlier High School field investigation. Again, site analysis showing main points of entry and drop off and administration, 42 classrooms, NPR, computer lab, science labs, home ec, classroom administration. And then at last, we did inspect San Joaquin Valley High School, which is their continuation school or independent school. 4 classrooms, small site, right there next to the district office. So the report kind of goes per classroom individually. There's a sheet attached as well with some photo documentation of how the conditions that we found. Maybe things have changed slightly on some of the classrooms that you guys are already implementing some of the COVID CDC recommendations. But the intent is really to give the district a full inventory of what's on site, what is in each classroom, and allow for staff and to lay it out the way we see as being how can I say this, in regards to the recommendations from CDC. So that shows kind of where we are, what was delivered today to Mr. Renee, and hopefully after a review, we'll have an opportunity to meet and go over any slight adjustments that will be needed as you guys distribute this to each school. So then I would like to introduce Garen Lencioni. He's gonna speak a little bit about what our McLeaf, our partner in this endeavor, what they performed for each individual school.
Yeah, hi. So my name is Garen Lencioni with Leaf Engineers. As part of the assessment team that conducted field investigation and assessments for the HVAC equipment at each site. And then we also conducted indoor air quality sample testing and plumbing water purges of all the water systems at each site. So our work was nearly identical at each site. So we did cover all the sites in the district. For the HVAC equipment, we did a field investigation, verified the outside air intake on each unit, verified the status of the filters, if they were clean or dirty, and then noted that, verified the filter sizes, and then we verified through functional testing that the units went into heating and cooling mode. Any deficiencies that we found or any issues were noted. So we've got a detailed HVAC assessment for each site, noting each piece of air conditioning equipment and the rooms that it serves. Additionally, we did the water purging at each site. So that entailed flushing the main water lines at each site and then going through each plumbing fixture and flushing them for 2 minutes. So the idea is to get any of the stagnant water out of the system since the buildings have been sitting for a period of time without use, or at least some of the rooms have, and to get fresh water run through the lines. The other thing that we did was the indoor air quality sample testing. So with that, we did temperature, humidity, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide testing, and then also particulate testing at the PM10 and PM2.5 levels. So we used a baseline test outside of each on the campus outside to get kind of the baseline for the day, what the outside air quality was reading. And then we tested inside the classrooms where you've got the filtration running to show, what the difference between outside and inside was. During the initial tests, there was, the fires going on. So the outside air and coinciding with that, the inside air was also kind of elevated on the particulate levels in there. We went back on Monday of this week, yesterday, and conducted retests. So at that time, the outside air yesterday was pretty good condition. And then the inside air in each of the classrooms, we retested the same classes at each site, was improved. It's kind of a lower gap. So obviously with the filtration running, it's better than the outdoor air quality, but it kind of showed, with the air quality being better outside, that was also better inside. So we've got those all recorded for each site. And again, we've got the HVAC assessments recorded for each site. So we'll be happy to sit down with Renee and go through all that, answer any questions that the district has.
Perfect. So we can scroll to the next slide, just talks about the other sites, Martinez and Benavides. So we kind of just broke it down.
Each site was the same. So,
yeah. So then the following slide, that's the next topic that I would like to present. We did a separate package for Parlier Unified School District with graphics that we worked together with Crisp Imaging, and they produced a series of different graphics in English and Spanish that the district can benefit from. It's about 25, 27 pages of different graphics that can be used for different applications. You can just print them out. You could use them in vinyl. You can have the little stands. We can do yard signs. Crisp actually can do yard signs as well that we can move around. And these give general ideas. They're user-friendly, I would say, for kids. Then we have the elementary school graphics, which are for younger kids. And then on the junior high and high school level, the characters that were used were more in line with teenagers and so forth. So these are general recommendations, obviously, through CDC. And as you can see here, these are just some examples of this package that we delivered to the district, so they can kind of look over, see which ones, and use this, cross-reference this with the site plan analysis that we did, and be able to determine if we want to produce signs in this fashion or not, or how to move forward on that particular item. So these are just examples that we have in this package that was delivered. So then if we can scroll to the next slide. This concludes our presentation. So we're available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from the board? Yes, Ms. Tienda?
Hi.
Can you hear me? Okay. In the beginning, you mentioned temperature check stations, and I'm not sure if this is looked at as in regards to a place on campus or outside location with the weather starting to be more cold, if it's a person physically checking the temperature, or it's starting to get cold. What if it rains? Is there a specific area location indoors that is appropriate? So these can be done inside, because it would be terrible if we have staff waiting in the rain, or this person that's checking the temperature waiting outside. So I'm not sure if it's indoors or outdoors.
Okay, if I may, that's the district will determine where exactly that station is. We located them at the gates, at the main points of entry for the school. So you typically have 2 points or 1 point of entry on the elementary schools, maybe 2 at the high school where the buses drop off. So it's really up to the district to determine where that temperature check will occur. So I would defer to the district to exactly pinpoint that exact location. Right now, our report indicates that they are outside, but that's subject to change without a problem.
Okay,
I
okay,
hope
just,
I answered your question.
you did. I just didn't know if there was like a recommendation, being that you are more knowledgeable in regards to the CDC guidelines and things like that, if where spacing and things like that. But
Yeah.
that's why I didn't know if there was a recommendation, if there was something or a recommendation.
Yeah, ideally, it would be where the kids are funneled in to enter the school, where you're going to have your traffic coming in. Those would be, so that's your first barrier. There currently at all schools, I've noticed during our investigation that we check in at the administration office and the temperature check. And there's a temperature check right there. And that's how we got our little sticker that shows that we were clear. So again, it's up to the district to determine indoor or outdoor, but our recommendation is a place that you can really funnel the students through and be able to check them. We did have these signs that you can, these sticker vinyl signs that you can put on the floor in case there's a queue, that they could stand at those signs that keep that 6 foot separation or social distancing. So that's one of the ideas, is to have those placed where these lines are going to be formed as students come into the school.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Molina.
And I think it's probably more for Renee, Ms. Rodriguez. I know we've been working on getting our schools prepared. Do you know how far we are along, or how much more time we're gonna need to have them prepared now that we got this report?
And look, I'll look over the assessments and see. I mean, we got those today, but you know, some of the things that we've already implemented. You know, we've done the clean air ionization. So every HVAC unit in the district has that ionization that was placed. It was a couple $100,000 investment to the district to have cleaner air in our buildings. We've put plexiglass, you know, throughout all the offices to ensure that our office staff feels, you know, safe in their area. We've purchased, as far as individual plexiglass for the teachers to have at their desk. Every student in the district has a cover, as far as a trifold cover plexiglass for their space. We have the stickers, we have signage. So there's a lot of things that have already been done. This was, SIM PBK was brought in just to kind of as an overlap. At the same time, we were doing things just to make sure that if we miss anything, we can go and check to see what else, you know, we can implement. So some of the additional signage that they mentioned is something that we will look at to put throughout, more of directional markers. You know, we were looking at, as far as just direction, arrows, things like that. I think now it's more of the details and looking as we go out. I know the junior high was one of the first groups, so going out there and seeing what they're doing and how things are working, you know, is probably going to be the best. But I think for right now, as far as having the staffing that we need, you know, that's, you know, something that we'll have to increase as we go, because there is going to be a need to increase in staff as we bring back more people, whether it's student staff, to the sites. That's going to require more sanitation. So as far as the pieces of, I'll say, the material pieces and, you know, things we've done, I think we're okay. I think it's going to boil down now to just the staffing and making sure that we can clean, making sure that we can sanitize, disinfect in a timely manner. But as far as cleaning buckets, every single classroom, so when that need is there, it has a cleaning bucket. So every office, every classroom has that at their fingertips in case they need to disinfect at that time. Some of the challenges are at the high school. because of the, as far as the changing of classes, but we're not there yet. But at the elementaries, I think we're, at this point, going to be good to start and make adjustments like every other district that's in the same situation, make the adjustments as we need to, but we'll be ready to make those adjustments right away.
All right, thank you. I knew you had been working at it since the beginning, so I just wanted to see how far along, because I do know materials and everybody's on back order because everybody wants plexiglass, needs desks. So I wasn't sure how far along we were, but thank you for your.
And we got, as far as the storage, we got 25. I know people don't like, seat trains, but we have to put our we either stack them in the classroom somewhere in the corner. So we were able to get approved through not our general fund, but the CARE Act funds. We were able to get 25 of those to disperse amongst the sites to make sure that the furniture is housed in there, so it's not getting lost. We identify it, we place it inside those C trains, and so we've been able to get a lot to this point. I'm sure we're missing some pieces, but we'll, as soon as we find them or we need them, we'll put them in place as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I did have one question in regards to the graphics from Crisp Imaging. I don't have access to the document that you shared with Mr. Rodriguez. However, in looking at those documents, at the graphics, I see that they're simple, easy to read, inviting. I was wondering if it would be possible to include like the school mascots and the school colors into those things to make it feel more of this is pertinent to what we have here at the high school. Here's pertinent to what we have at this particular elementary school.
Certainly, we can make any adjustments to the signs, change colors. We already have all the signs that we presented have the Parlier Unified School District logo placed on it. But if we want to do specific for each individual site, that is a possibility. Obviously, when you look at signs, the bulk really reduces cost, right? So quantity is something to consider. So that's definitely something that I can work together with Renee and develop that and present proposals for each as needed by the district.
Thank you. If there's something available that can be seen by the said administration or Mr. Rodriguez, just anything that's going to make sure that when the kids return, they're going to feel a little safer. I think having that little sense of, this is my school, I'm going to take pride in doing that, will help out. So any help that you can give us with that, I think would be greatly appreciated.
Certainly.
Of course. Any other questions before we move on? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much for that report, and we look forward to continuing with that venture. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Moving on to item D, routine consent agenda. In order to promote effective meetings, the board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together by a single vote through the use of a consent agenda. Consent agenda items shall be the items of a routine nature and items for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. Is there a motion for approving? Moved by Mr. Vasquez. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Tienda. Is there any public input on item D? Okay. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item E, general agenda. Item E1, approve or adopt resolution number S 2021, 21-2021, 22-2021, and 23-2021. Closing funding numbers. Ms. Affronti?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Yeah, we're getting close to 7 o'clock, so thank you for reminding me. So at this time, we'll be excusing our student board member. Thank you very much for your report today. Yeah. Thank you. Ms. Affronti? Okay. All right, so we're just switching a little bit till we get situated on the other end for this call. 1 second, please. Okay, Mr. Affronti, whenever you are ready, take a breath, and when you're ready. You're on mute, Ms. Affronti.
Thank you. The first item are resolutions that we are in need of in order to close funds that we no longer use. Three of them are building funds from prior bond series that we have spent the money down. And then one of them is an old school facilities fund. If we ever need to open these back up, we are able to bring a resolution back and open them up again. But for now, they are collecting minimal interest. A couple of them only have 1 cent in them. So it's beneficial to close them and move whatever interest is earned into one of the other funds that are still open.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion for approval? Moved by Ms. Tienda. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Vasquez. Is there anyone in the community that wishes to speak on item E1? Okay. Any questions or clarifications from the board? All right. Well, with that, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Voice vote. Moving on to item E2, approve authorization to order under the Torrance Unified School District bid number 10-04.09.19 classroom and office furniture. Ms. Affronti.
Yes, the district requests to be able to use the bid presented to you that was put together by Torrance Unified School District. This will allow us to take advantage of good pricing on furniture, classroom and office furniture, and not have to go out to bid for it because it has already been bid. So a piggyback bid.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion for approval? Moved by Mr. Vasquez. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Tienda. Any public comment on E2? Okay. Any questions from the board? Yes, Ms. Tienda.
Back bid with the items from the high school. Remember, that was good. I have a question in regards to these items. I'm not sure if it would be you, Andrea, or the items that we want to purchase, would they be used even though we're doing the whole retrofitting of the classrooms right now, like what PBK just presented?
What we would be able to do, what we've proposed and actually talked to the state was being able to purchase student desks and chairs for those rooms that currently have just the tables, the kidney tables and the rectangular tables. So we would be able to take advantage of pricing offered by this bid in order to purchase those items for those classrooms throughout the district that are in need of student desks. We can't actually furnish the school using the COVID funds, but we can actually use them to replace any, to purchase any seating that is going to be necessary in order to be compliant with the regulations.
Okay, because looking at this and looking at the bid information, I see a bunch of different things. So it's not necessarily purchasing everything that they purchased.
No,
It's things here and there that we need. Okay.
But we're good. Yeah, what we would be in need of, we would be able to purchase those.
Okay. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Tienda. Is there any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries, voice vote. Moving on to item E3, approve 2020-21 annual renewal of services, Super Co-op. Ms. Affronti.
Yes, the district is currently a member of the Super Co-op, which is an organization of several different districts. I believe there are 15 in total from various areas in the state. In order to be compliant with all of our federal requirements, districts must go out to bid on the food and paper products, produce, milk, because they are paid for with federal dollars. In order to get the best pricing, becoming a member of a co-op provides us the opportunity to buy, to have bigger numbers in order to get better pricing. If the district was to go out and try to bid on its own, our prices would be much higher because we have 3,400 students versus the possibly 50,000 students or more, depending on the size of the districts that are part of the co-op. The bid process itself is a lot of work. So the co-op works together to go out and bid each of those sections, the food, the paper products, the milk, the produce. Those are all bid out separately. And the lead district is responsible for putting that together, getting it approved by their board, and then each member district must have their renewal approved by their board as well.
Thank you, Mr. Affronti. Is there a motion for approval? Moved by Mr. Vasquez. Is there a second? Was there a second? I didn't hear that. Oh, thank you, Ms. Tienda. It's been moved by Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Ms. Tienda. Is there any public comment on E3? Okay, seeing none. Any questions or clarifications from the board? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries, voice vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Affronti. Moving on to item E4, we have the second and final reading of Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6164.4. Mr. Aguilar.
Yes, good evening. Before you is the second and final reading, as you mentioned, on identification and evaluations of individuals for special education. Administration recommendation is to adopt and approve as presented.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there a motion for approval? Motion by Ms. Tienda. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Vasquez. Any public comment on E4?
Yes.
Buenas tardes.
Good evening. I would like to make a comment about special education regarding the fact that they should have, now that they have money to be able to buy furniture, and now that you have money to be able to spend, I would like for you to also buy incentives for kids who are in special education, who, if you were to buy whatever's needed to be able to work with children in special education. Apart from that, I know that you're not going to like what I'm going to tell you right now, but I'm collecting signatures because I would like for Mrs. Jody to leave because as in special education, she's not worth it. I don't want to be rude, but Mrs. Guerrera has to be really firm and make her really do her job. If you don't, then she needs to get fired.
you can make those comments in the public comment section. Okay. Any other comment on E4? Okay, seeing none. Any questions from the board? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Moving on to item F, public comment on open and closed session agenda items. Pursuant to board bylaws 9323, individual speakers shall be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time of public input on each agenda item to 15 minutes. The board shall also limit the total time of public input on non-agenda items under public comment to 20 minutes. So the first person that would like to call is Ms. Elida Padron.
No, en inglés. Oh, well, I didn't know that. A mí me dijo eso. So, okay, so Mr. Rodriguez is informing me that I need to speak. I didn't realize I was in the wrong room. So am I required to speak in Spanish, or can I go ahead and get a translator for me?
Is there not a translator available?
I can't hear you. Mr. I can't hear him.
Is the question is right?
Well, she can go to Andrea.
Everything you say will go out onto the Spanish channel. I can interpret it if you give me time to interpret in between.
Is it possible for you to switch over from what you're doing to be able to translate over into Spanish for us?
If she's on the Spanish channel and she speaks in English, I cannot translate into Spanish.
Okay. So I'm just asking if Mr. Rodriguez can change that setting where you are right now under the translation section.
If she changes the translation, they won't be able to hear. So that's
okay. Oh, okay, I understand.
Do I do it or no?
Well, again, I think that there's an issue with the translating portion on there. So let's, yeah, so yeah, yeah, we'll see if we can move the laptops over so that way, Elida, you don't have to. All right, so that way, okay.
Okay, I'll have to think it's a
Or
little bit hard.
oh, they're computers. Okay. Can you see what we can possibly do right there with Renee? I'm sorry, Elida. I want to make sure to give you your time and that you're heard in the language you're comfortable with. So
I'm good, yeah.
Okay, give us just 1 second. We'll get to you. Okay, we're gonna take a laptop over to you so that way you can proceed as you wish. So just stay put.
good enough, Amy. You can translate, right?
What?
In the meantime, Mr. Lopez, we do have a speaker in the English room.
All right. So we need to hold. Yeah, we just need to hold on.
I'm gonna have Mrs. Padron go ahead and go to the English room.
Yeah. Eric was on his way over with a laptop, so that way she could stay there. So
he's walking back.
We took care of it, Mr. Lopez. She's gonna go to the other room. She's already on her.
okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Sorry, everybody, for that mix up there. We give her just 1 second so she can get settled.
Mr. Lopez, can we have a speaker here if they can go while we're waiting?
Well, I want to honor the fact that Ms. Padron it gave us a yellow sheet, so I want to honor her respect of the suggestion. So if we can just hold off, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lopez, we do have Mrs. Padron here, ready? And you are.
Elida, take a breath. I know that you walked a little bit to get there, and apologize for the mix-up there. All right. When you're ready and comfortable, please proceed. Okay.
I'm ready.
All right. Go ahead.
Good evening, board members and new superintendent. Welcome to Parlier Unified. My name is Elida Padron. Most of you know who I am. I'm here today with the issue of lifetime benefits. I have provided a packet for each and every one of you that includes a copy of the article for retiree benefits of the year I was hired, from July 1st, 2002 to June 30th of 2005. I have also provided you with a copy of the same article that was changed in 2008, and it was for those people that were hired from 2008 to 2011, and a couple other documents. But the ones that I think that you need to take a look at are the ones that I referred to. I retired in 2012, but before I retired, I wanted to assure that I was going to be grandfathered into the year of hire and be given the retiree benefits according to that. So I met with Dr. Lopez, then the superintendent, and legal attorney, Maria Hernandez. I presented the situation and I presented my case, and they agreed that I needed to be grandfathered in and given the retiree benefits that were provided to me when I was hired. They then took it to the board, and the board approved it, approved the benefits that are in that Article 21 of the years in which I was hired. I was also informed that I didn't have to worry about it, that it would be registered and recorded, and the situation would be taken care of. A few years later, I understand that a whole bunch of employees got grandfathered in to that particular years that article took place. So the people that were hired between 2002 and 2005 received those benefits. A couple of years ago, this situation came up, and I went for a hunt because nobody had a copy of the 2002-2005 retiree benefit article. Gloria Gomez provided me a copy, and I submitted it to the district, and I submitted all the ones that you have, and they accepted it. I'm 66 now, and this situation has come up again. So I'm asking you, the board, to finalize it, to do something, acknowledge it, record it accordingly so that this situation doesn't come up again for me or other people that retired under those requirements or those benefits. My 3 minutes are up.
If we can reset, if you have another minute's worth of time.
Okay. So I went off the script or off the letter. I just wrote these things. I wrote you a letter that flowed a little bit more, I don't know, professionally. And you know, I'm just kind of paraphrasing everything. And I'm just asking you guys that that you know, take a look at this. It's, I mean, it's not, it's really just clear. In 2002 to 2005, there was only two sections of Article 21. In 2008, the Article 21 became 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The language changed in Article 21.1. The language changed to say after 15 years, where the article read 10 years or more of service, that the employee would get benefits. The employee 21.1 said the employee and eligible dependents, but that would end at 65. So my eligible dependents benefits did end when I turned 65. However, mine continued. But like I said, I had to bring this to their attention. And then again, now this year, I'm having to bring it to their attention again. So I just, Article 21.2, it states that, you know, that the district agrees to pay lifetime health and dental benefits for employees who retire from the district after 10 years or more of service and reach the age of 65 and are currently eligible for Medicare. In which case, last year I became a Medicare. So, you know, the district kicks in the supplemental or whatever it's called. So, you know, I just don't want to be held to some article that was changed in 2008, which was real close to my retirement time. Neither do I want to be held responsible for something that was created in 2017. So, you know how the situation is, but I would like to settle it. I would like to get it recorded, permanent, etched in stone is what I say, so that I don't have to be here again and you guys don't have to go through this again.
Thank you very much, Ms. Padron. We appreciate your input. Thank you.
Guys, okay?
Thank you. Is there any other public input or public comment?
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for keeping that.
When you're ready in that room.
Are we going in the
Mr. Lopez,
Spanish?
are we in the Spanish room?
I'm sorry. Yeah, so it's, I believe it's Ms. Mora that's up.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Por favor.
Okay. So my comment, my public comment is regarding, just remember that I mentioned in the previous meeting that you had a really dirty classroom. Right now, I checked again and it's dirty, ladies and gentlemen. You have a lot of dust here. And like I said before, and like I said, I'll say right now, if you're going to be spending on other things and get incentives for special education students in materials that you need, then you should also, Mrs. Jody, instead of helping, she's going overboard. And so the superintendent really has to be firm with Mrs. Jody, because if she doesn't, then Mrs. Jody is going to have to leave, and maybe even the superintendent's going to have to leave with her, because they should be working hand in hand together with the parents. And from what I understood right here, you're talking about the special education students, and so having an evaluation for them or recognizing if they have a disability, so that way they can have better progress. But the people that you have inside the school right now are not providing them the materials, are not giving them the help, or not giving them what they need, and not providing anything. So how is it that you want to be looking for, or what I can see from the outsider, or how would you want to look for more students to get help for them? Because if the ones right now are suffering in their education, they're suffering because they have people that I would say who are inept, And so anyone who gets mad about that can get mad. And so if to get out of the street, and so I'm going to start to fix things, and you need to really be strict, Mrs. Guerrero, because otherwise she's going to also going to be leaving here sooner than she thinks.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Is there someone in the tech department?
We have someone in the English room if that's what you're asking.
Okay, I just saw the caption says tech department, so that's
Yeah,
why.
yeah,
Okay,
correct.
so yes, please.
Go ahead. Mr. Reyes.
Good evening, everyone. Dr. Guerrero, Mr. Lopez, board members, those of you listening at home. Looking through this board agenda, nothing but beautiful stuff is happening at Parlor Unified. And Mr. Rodriguez, Patricio, the wonderful nursing system we're going to be having, it's wonderful. It's great. I'm so excited. I know the teachers are working hard. And in result, I know that the administration is also working their tail off to make sure that they are making everything safe for us. You know, this packet, I'd love to have this copy of this so I can share with the teachers at home so they know that you guys are doing everything you can to make sure we are 100% in every room, 100% safe in every room. So I know I've got 2 minutes left, but thank you everyone for working so hard at Parlor Unified, from the top down to everyone else. Everyone, thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? We are going to go over to the Spanish room.
We're good, thank you.
Okay. So again, we're seeking public input. Is there somebody else there other than Ms. Mora? Because she has already spoken. I want to be fair. Is there somebody else other than Rosa Mora that wishes to speak before she's allowed to speak again?
Creo que habla de justicia,
I
pero
think we're
creo
talking about justice, but I don't think you're not doing it right because
Are you next? Please continue if you are.
que yo estoy hablando, pero yo
okay,
estoy
I
hablando.
am talking. I'm talking, but you're taking up my time and you're talking about justice. But while you gave the other people more time and you take away our time to talk. And so I think everybody should all be the same. We should all have the same rights. So why is it that we have more important issues to talk about or more important things to say, but you're giving us the exact amount of time? But right now, I feel like I'm being discriminated against because you're making us be quiet, whereas other people, you give them 6 minutes. So it's not fair and it's not right because it looks bad. I felt bad with that right now. And so right here, I mean, how am I gonna get her out of my space? I mean, she's showing you how dirty it is, how dirty this classroom is. Or I mean, she started to clean, right? Well, anyhow. So the point I'm getting to is supposedly you say there's money to, you don't even know what else to invest the money in or spend the money on. But for me specifically right now, I went to a certain place within this district. And I think that in my observations, I don't know if the carpets are going to be changed or not, but they're very dirty and there's things that are spilled on the carpet. And I think that there is money that if those carpets can be replaced, because why aren't they being replaced? We're talking about cleanliness. We're talking about cleaning things so that kids can come back to school and they can have confidence in returning back to school. But how is that going to work? Kids see everything. I mean, even if they seem like they're little kids, they realize everything and they themselves are afraid. Why? Because the adults, as adults, we're not aware to give what kids need. They right now want to feel assured and confident, and they see things on TV, they're seeing online, they're seeing everywhere. And kids are realizing all the problems that are being dealt with in other kids and at schools that are recently opened, and then they have to close again. Why? Because the same thing, they're not as careful as they should be. And so with that, we have to be worrying about that inside. So it doesn't seem to me like it's fair that teachers are threatening students that if kids don't go to school, that you're going to call the police on them, that CPS is going to be called on them or whatever. I don't think that that's right because they're harming children psychologically and they're making kids be afraid. So we have to pay attention to that as well.
Is there any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, I again just want to bring to the attention of the public as we move forward in the meetings that we want to make sure that we're always fair, firm, and consistent. Again, we ask that if you can please fill out a form that gives us a little bit of leeway on the topic that's being discussed. There are some items that are on there that if we know ahead of time, we can discuss and everybody would have a clearer and more concise, I guess, understanding of the topics that are being there. So again, we always ask that if you can please fill out one of these forms, it helps run everything a little bit smoother. So thank you for that. And please remember that moving forward. At this time, we will be moving into our board member reports. And at this time, it is Mr. Vasquez. Do you have anything to report today?
Yeah, I do. Can you hear me? Yeah, I went to the ROP Saturday where they were doing the forestry and firefighting. And I think one of the things that was very surprising that our other board members from the other districts didn't even know about our fonts. So they were very surprised and more happy, right, that there was that we have a jewel on our hands. And so it was very exciting to see all the kids participating. I think I want to say there was maybe 32 kids out there participating, practicing their drills. It was just very exciting for us to be a part of that program and all the programs for ROP. It was just a good job seeing all the kids. That's good for me.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Ms. Tienda? Yeah, I think it's your connection with your. There you go.
No, I'm plugged in.
Yes, we're good.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's the headphones are gonna break. So I want to say I'm gonna re-congratulate everyone with those grants that we got, and it feels really good, and it's great to be able to acknowledge all of the accomplishments that the district has gone through. Most recently with these grants, it's something that I know doesn't happen all the time. So now that it's happening, it seems like our district is greatly moving forward, and it feels really, really good. It's really good to see that and to see staff members be excited about servicing our students. That's what it's all about. And so, like I said earlier, it felt like Christmas. Being able to acknowledge and see and look at all those dollar signs with everything that the district has acquired with those grants. So amazing job, and can't wait for more. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tienda. Mr. Molina.
Yeah, I just have more of a comment. Just said to thank everybody that did the grants. Fabrizio, I don't want to forget Mrs. Alvarado, Mr. Gonzalez. We also have especially Renee and Mr. Iniguez and our teachers, and we even have Counselor Ms. Martinez, right? I mean, that's an awesome job that we're getting that money in for our kids. It's be excited to see that building of the CTE for medical pathways. You know, I've talked to students that have gone through that and they're working in the medical field. That's awesome. I mean, it's going to just be that much better for our kids here in Parlier having that. And I know when I got on the board, I had talked to Mr. Iniguez about how we're bridging from high school to junior high and elementary, and he said that they're working on it, and it's good to see it now that it's actually coming to fruition, that, you know, we're actually getting our elementary kids looking forward to being at our high school. And I think that's awesome. And I appreciate the hard work you guys are doing, because it is a lot of work, and it's exciting to get that much money. I mean, that's over $1.5 million in grant funds, and that's exciting. It's exciting for our kids, and it's exciting for Parlier. So, and I know Mr. Vasquez, when we've gone to different board study sessions, and we've talked to other districts, and they see what Parlier's doing when it comes to CTEs, they're like, wow, these are bigger districts. So, we're doing a lot of good things here. So thank you guys.
Thank you very much, sir. And again, everything else that's been said so far, echo. I also just wanted to mention the trunk or treat that was put on by the Parlier Peace Officers Association that occurred. There was a lot of students that came through, social distancing, making sure that they were still able to celebrate a Thanksgiving, Halloween. So thank you to the police officers, the city, and everybody else that made that event possible for the students within our district and the members of the community. So thank you for that. Ms. Guerrero, your report.
Yes, if Franklin, if you can help me out, Thank you, Mr. Varela. So as part of my superintendent's report, definitely I echoed the sentiments that our board members just shared. And if you can go to the first slide, and just a reminder that I categorize everything according to our 3 areas that we are focusing on: accomplished students, supportive environments, and an empowered community. So as it pertains to our accomplished students, definitely being able to echo the excitement and the partnerships that we are establishing as part of this grant. We did receive as part of the four grants, $1,687,239, which really shows the opportunities that will be available for our students. And as some of the board members mentioned, it's not necessarily just for kids who have that interest at the high school level, but also to be able to ignite that interest in this particular case as early as the 5th grade. So definitely very thankful for the partnership that we have with the county, with VROP, and also for the state to be able to give us that this opportunity in being able to partner with us for the purpose of being able to provide different opportunities for our students. So very exciting time indeed. And of course, the first part is getting the money. The second part is really being able to do the work. So we hope to be able to bring up updates for the board and for the public regularly as to how we are doing with these grants, and hopefully being able to celebrate the receipt of other grants as well. So if you can go to the next slide, please. As we plan to have an outline of what it may possibly look like should we come back to face-to-face instruction as planned on January the 12th, which is the beginning of the 2nd semester. We have our committee who continues to meet, and of course, being able to adhere to all the precautions that are set forth, definitely now taking into consideration the report that the public just saw as part of the PBK assessment that was conducted, certainly taking that into account as we are planning for a hybrid type of model that would allow us to continue to observe the social distancing and the protocols that are recommended by the county and by the state. As it's public knowledge already, we are currently serving small cohorts of students at all sites based on student needs, particularly our English learners, our kids who have limited access or different problems being able to connect. And then also our most fragile students or special ed students as well, to be able to minimize the gap that is forming as a result of the distance learning and the access that some of our students have. In order to be able to gauge what resources we'll have available and also the interest of students, of families in being able to come back to face-to-face instruction, we have launched a survey for staff and for parents as well. Folks have up to 2 weeks to be able to complete it. We are going to gather and analyze those results on the 20th of this month. Parents have received information from their sites on how to be able to access and take this survey through Parent Square. We do acknowledge that some of our parents may have difficulty having access to it. And of course, all they need to do is call the site and they will be assisted by staff on how to be able to make your preference known without necessarily having access. We do encourage staff to take the opportunity to have this survey so that they can be able to communicate the individual circumstances that that they may have and that we as a district need to be able to consider as we plan forward and being able to move forward with a hybrid model. Of course, this is contingent of our county continuing to be at the red level and also hopefully being able to move to the orange level as well. So we are keeping our eye out on those numbers on a weekly basis as we meet with the county so that we can best be able to plan accordingly as stipulated by the precautions that are recommended by the county. So then moving on to the next area of supportive environments. You can go to the next. I was with Mr. Vasquez on Saturday as we really saw great engagement, great learning and progress, talk about rotations and small group instruction and demonstrating and hands-on. We saw all of that take place in about, Mr. Vasquez, I think there were like 6 different rotations of small groups of students. The students were engaged. They were able to see the outcome that was expected of them. Certainly was a reminder of me when I used to be in the classroom and really saw how beneficial kids working in groups and helping each other and being able to learn being active, what that entails. So it was a bit chilly and a little rainy, but that didn't stop the learning and the demonstrating and of course us enjoying them as well. So definitely a great experience, and also was very proud to showcase the property that we have there. I know the superintendent from Sanger, our neighboring district, was there. And of course, we were able to boast that that was our property. So it's good. And then also continuing with accomplished students, just want to give with the supportive environment, sorry, being able to then go as to an update of what we're doing with the NPR update at Chavez is coming together. Every week that I go, I see an update on that, and I'm able to share some of the pictures that were gathered. Also, as we support our families, want to remind folks of the parent conferences that are taking place. I believe I was speaking with Mr. Molina earlier, and he was telling me how much he enjoyed the conferences that he had this morning, earlier today, in the afternoon with the school where his child attends. And just a reminder that this go on for the rest of this week and next week as well. I believe most of them take place during the teacher's office hours between 1:30 and 3:30. And of course, each site has set aside one evening for parents who are not able to attend that earlier time so that they too have the opportunity to be able to touch base with their child's teacher. Going on to the next slide, please. As far as an Empower community, want to be able to also mention the annual community trunk or treat that happened on Halloween on October 31st. It was held at Heritage Park. Really enjoyed seeing the kids out there. I was able to be along with folks in, just being able to greet our families as part of the Rotary Club, and also really grateful that our kids were wearing masks and being able to be as distant as possible, and of course being able to take part of what they usually do during that time at Halloween. So we saw a lot of families, and of course we went through a lot of candy. Just I want to be able to have a call out to our school psychologist. This is the School Psychologist Appreciation Week. So thank you, PUSD psychologists, for everything you do, keeping us calm and sane, especially as we navigate through this unexpected time. Want to also remind parents and of course our staff as well to follow the communication that will be going out this week. I'll definitely include it in the Friday communication to staff in our community regarding how to set up the self-reporting health screening. We do have that tool so that we're able to have an expedited way of folks being able to ascertain that they don't have, or if they do have the symptoms for COVID. And that way, as we return to site for face-to-face instruction, we're able to have a process to be able to follow up with any things that we need to be able to keep track of. So information on that coming out from sites and also from me on the Friday communication. So set up your account so that you're able to do that very quickly, and you're able to expedite your entrance to any of our sites. I am still working and finalizing the communication plan. It's been 2 weeks already that I communicate with the families and staff on a weekly basis as well. And of course, have continued the monthly superintendent videos that I make public on our website and through our social media as well, the first Friday of every month. Definitely being in front of a camera was not my calling, so I'm keeping my day job. I'm just trying to be able to communicate with the community and with the staff with that. So do my best, and thank you. A special shout out to Lydia. She is really good. Ms. Martinez definitely had a calling for the media, so she's been helping, and together we are navigating how to be able to set up camera and everything else as well. A reminder that if you don't follow us on social media, you're missing out. So please follow us on Twitter and on Facebook and on Instagram. And just a reminder that here at PUSD, we really do consider and are striving to serve every student, everyone, every day. So that is my superintendent's report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Guerrero. And before we leave our board member reports, I just want to give a quick shout out also to Ms. Amy Benavides for being our translator. I know that you do an awesome job and you're behind the scenes. So thank you very much for kind of working with our technology and everything else. So thank you very much for that. Okay, moving on, we are going to be heading into item H, closed session. Items on the docket for today include item H1, certificated personnel report, H2, classified personnel report, H3, public employee discipline dismissal release, H4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and item H5, exemption of physical ed course requirement for student. This time we stand in recess. The time is 7:46.